All right, everybody. Hi. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back to my channel. My name is Enigma. I am a variety streamer, Twitch, Twitter, Kick, Rumble, and YouTube. Hope you're having a great Monday. We're going to do a bonus stream tonight. As I talked about earlier, Desi is gone. My girlfriend is out of town, so I am going to drink some bourbon. Shh, don't tell her. And we're going to play more Dragon Quest. So I have my Enigma Rocks glass. You can get those in my Fourth Wall store. And we're going to have some Four Roses bourbon. Now, this is a blended bourbon. Anyone who's been on our bourbon stream knows I will sometimes tell you guys the differences between your whiskeys. And not the dog. My dog's name is Whiskey. But we're not going to go away. But anyway, we're playing Dragon Quest VII Reimagined, and I just happen to have the original version of it right here too on the PlayStation. But this is the reimagined version. This is the new one that just came out. It's upgraded, and Billy Joel is trending. What happened to Billy Joel? Doesn't say. Okay, well, that's weird. Twitter put things up to say this is trending, and then there's no one there. Anyway, we're playing Dragon Quest. Definitely hope you're having a great Monday. I'm having a great Monday. Let me pull up. I forgot. There. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. There we are. Yes. Okay, that person... Oh. Oh, so now they're French. Went from German to French. Yes. Okay. I'm gonna sneeze. I can feel it. Boy, oh boy. Sorry about that. I just you felt it coming. I was like, oh, I'm about to sneeze. I could feel it. I'm about to sneeze. So anyway, I'm about to sneeze again. That's two. Oh, goodness gracious. Desi would be proud of me. Usually Desi, interesting. Interesting. Usually Desi sneezes in bunches. How the hell do we get up there then? That's interesting. Anyway, so, Dragon Quest. One of the most important games, one of the most influential games ever made. I am not kidding when I say that. Captain's coat. It is a very important JRPG. Every JRPG that you play now, or JRPG adjacent games, including ones developed here in the West, borrow something, at least one thing, heavily inspired by Dragon Quest. That's just the way it works. The game's been around for almost 40 years. I believe this year will be its 40th anniversary. And it is... The story behind the rivalry of Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest is actually very fun, very cool. And the fact now that they're owned by the same company is actually kind of funny. But before the merger with Enix, Squaresoft and Enix were major rivals. Okay. No, there's a thing over there, but we can't get over there. Because water bad. But anyway, very important, very influential game series Dragon Quest is. No, okay, Whiskey's had enough of laying with me. He's now going into his couch. So there he goes. And very important, very important. No, see, I thought I had done this, but I did not. What we saw was over here. So let's see if we talk to this guy. Pardon me. She does have equipment. Fire claws. All right. There he is. Okay. I don't really use Discord that much. Now he's left. Okay. Allez. Okay, that means come, come. Enigma speaks a little bit of high school French. Oh, look, I didn't even see that over there. Oh, the church. I was wondering if where we were going to come up from there. Let's do our thing here. A lot of chests. First rule of JRPGs, of course, there's no such thing as breaking and entering. Dragon Shield. No such thing as theft. Let's just equip that. Is that Dragon Shield better? It is. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. Sure, why not? Pourquoi means why. Macaw. No, y'all are all French. Silence. All right. Now we can go on a magic carpet ride. Nothing in there. Okay, so now we have the magic carpet. So does that mean now we get to leave town and try using the magic carpet? On a magic carpet ride. I'm back, Alucard. Like a bad penny, I always turn up. Okay, so magic carpet. Um, oh, now we're gonna go give him a piece of our mind. Yeah, rectal cancer, right? Oof. I mean, that's just that sounds nasty. Very nasty. Now what? S'il vous plaît means please. Yeah, it's horrible. Mermaid Moon. Commodore 64. I like going back and watching old nerd episodes too. I mean, well, first of all, we know the newer episodes, and I know he's working on them. Uh, and he does just as much work on him as ever, if not more so, because he's evolved and evolving. But the older nerd episodes, of course, I think are better. I just do. Yeah, Contra episode. I watched it. Contra Corpse or something. Core. Yeah, Contra Force. That was it. Which isn't really a Contra game. Uh, Not surprising, quite honestly. And I'm not really grinding for experience, although I am. We're grinding more for vocation points. Yeah, exactly like the Doki Doki Panic situation. For those who are not in the know, the Super Mario Brothers 2 in the United States and North America in the West is different than Super Mario Brothers 2 in Japan. Super Mario Bros. 2 in Japan is actually looks and plays exactly like Super Mario Brothers, the original Super Mario Bros. It's just a lot harder, and it was not brought out here initially because of the fact of the difficulty. Howard Phillips was the play tester at that point. He says he got a copy of Mario 2. He put it. He was play testing it for Nintendo, and he thought it was way too hard. So he didn't. He said we shouldn't bring it out here. But Mario is too important of a brand to not bring out here. So they ended up taking another game out of Japan called Doki Doki Panic, which was a collaboration game with a channel, I think, for a celebration of a channel, and they basically gave it a fresh coat of paint and made it Mario 2. And that's why Mario 2 looks and plays so much differently than the original, is because it wasn't originally a Mario game. It was a Doki Doki Panic game. But a lot of the things that were done in that game are still we still have them today. A lot of the enemies like Bob-ombs and Birdo and Shy Guys and stuff like that, they came from Doki Doki Panic. They came from that Mario 2, and they're still around to this day. Yes, the Lost Levels. They did bring out Mario 2 over here. They call it the Lost Levels, um, and it is really hard. Mauser never came back. That's true. They never brought the Mauser back. Mauser was in the Mario cartoon, though. Oh, I'm strong enough to kill those things. No? Lots of stuff to look at here. True. Mauser never came back in another game. That is true. But they did release our version of Mario in Japan. They did release that Mario 2 over there. They call it Super Mario USA, if I'm not mistaken. But again, it's basically it's Doki Doki Panic is what it is. Enigma's gonna level up first. Yeah, Shy Guys came back. I don't remember if Sniffets came back. Wart never came back. That's for damn sure. Got all the. I mean, this is just all the respawn here is great. That one up there is a vicious one though, and I want to make sure we have the best weapons and armor we can get before we take that son of a bitch on, because he's going to be a little bastard. About to get to those up to level 7 for soldier and sailor. So good. Yeah, those stupid masks. Can't remember what they're called, but these things chased you down when you got the key. Hated those things, man. There's a level up. And there's our vocation level up. And they're both about to level up too to 28, 27 and 28. Good stuff. Good shit. Good shit. Yeah, I think the thing about Mario USA, Doki Doki Panic is it's so different from what we're used to with Mario that it might get overlooked by some folks just simply because again it is so different. It's really unlike anything that Mario had done up to that point and hasn't done since, quite honestly. That being said, I agree with you, Grizzled. As far as the NES goes, Mario 3 is, to me, the best one. All right, let's what do you got in here? Okay, they just kicked us out of their town. And then they did Mario World on the SNES, and Mario World is fantastic. So there's some good stuff that they've done with Mario, but it really is. Now she's level 7 priestess. Mario 3 came out. We got to remember, we didn't have the music stopped. We didn't have the internet back then, so we had no idea Mario 3 even existed until it was in that the Wizard movie. That was the only. That was like the announcement for it was there. But we had no idea that that it was even out there. Video Armageddon. That's right. And it's also, if you guys remember, the Wizard that showed us how to get the first warp whistle. Was in that movie. Ooh, okay. Castle's overrun. Did he really? I didn't know that. Yeah, kill that snake. Mm-hmm. Was he one of Lucas's lackeys? I haven't. It's been a minute since I've seen the Wizard. Yeah, once Warrior and we're about to max those out. That's interesting. The vocations are easy to max out. Ooh. Pots? Oh, that's a bad pot. Or inspected. Toby Maguire has a mullet. Okay. And of course, horse manure, because why not? We don't have enough horse shit. Get more. Need more horse shit. Okay, so looks like we have two places we can go here, and then there's a third. There's a throne. What's in here? Pots? Was the mullet really ever cool, though? I mean, I don't know. Okay, looks like this is supposed to be a town. There's an item shop and a weapons shop. But there ain't nothing here. Let's go out to the lobby. Let's go out to the lobby. Okay, there's nothing here either. Oh, pardon me. Goodness gracious. Okay, there's a place to go there, but I didn't go out these double doors. Let's see what's over here. He was bitten by a special spider. It was red and blue. I saw it. I saw it get bit, and I knew it wasn't going to be good. All right, we've got another fragment, a gray fragment. Okay. We open up all those. Now we can go down. This looks like a boss fight or something. Oh, hi. Who are you? Oh, our queen got away, huh? I know, we got kicked out of there. So I guess now we're dealing with Persians. Is that what? I think legally to live in West Virginia, you have to have a mullet, right, Grizzle? I mean, if you don't, the cops pull you over and give you a ticket. If you have a West Virginia plate and you drive by the cops and you don't have a mullet, they like pull you over and like, come on, you got to get your Joe Dirt on. You got to. Who do you think you are? You got to get going. You got to get good. You got to hurry up and grow that some bitch out. We've almost maxed out Warrior. And then when we do that, we can change the vocation over to something else. Life is a god. Yeah, you got to do it. Are you a coal miner? You living in West Virginia? You be a coal miner and you won't have a mullet? Here's mullet and some flannel and some old Milwaukee. There you go. Good on your way, son. Thank you so much for living in West Virginia. Now we're going to max that out. Toot sweet. There we go. Now what was that? 2,500? Awarded for mastering a beginner vocation the first time. Okay, well, which one did we master? Sailors mastered. Okay, well then. Look at all. Oh, there's a lot of different vocations. Look at that. Okay. Hmm. Damn it. I guess YouTube, I hadn't got it hooked up properly, but it should now. There we go. Yeah, right there. Yeah. So there's a bunch of jobs we can unlock just by continually maxing out vocations. So, and doing it like this is pretty smart. Does he still have? Okay. Because we don't have to really get into fights. We're just killing stuff. How close is Enigma? He's almost got Warrior maxed out completely. I got you, babe. All right, there we go. Now we can switch him over. All right. How close is she to maxing out Priestess? She's almost got Priestess maxed out. Already. This is a good place to do this with all these enemies here. You can just nail them all real quick and get plenty of vocation points just by doing this. Even if it's only one at a time, it's still really good. There we go. Thief. He got to level 2 of Thief. And there's level 1 of Martial Artist. She's almost got Priestess maxed out. Look at that. We're just whooping them. We're just whooping them. You can still have the sword equipped. There we go. Another level up. She's mastered Priestess. Okay. So now that she's got that, we can take her to another vocation as well. Awesome sauce. All right, well, let's see if we can whip this thing's ass. So this is a vicious one that's going to be worth a lot more XP and such. Damn. I didn't see that coming. think this is going to work. Well, it might. If she wins this by herself, I'll be shocked. My God. How many attacks in a row is that son bitch going to get? If she wins this with one, I would be shocked if she does this. Yes, that is very ironic. You are correct, Alucard. Yeah, I thought that would happen. That did not work out the way I wanted it to. It's only 1,000 coins. Martial art. Okay, so we did save our progress. Let's keep it going here. Let's keep it going here. Really? Robert Pattinson? They're gonna cast that guy, old shovel face, as the Ghost Rider? I don't see that. That doesn't make any sense. Level up. Besides, they're gonna supposedly they're gonna reboot the whole damn thing anyway, right? That's what Secret Wars is supposed to do. There's some more vocation upgrades there. More levels up. I wouldn't see why they would do Ghost Rider or pick him for Ghost Rider. Don't make any sense to me. You know, the thing about uh, these young lady female streamers, these young female streamers, um, you know, I'm 50 years old, so I know that my shelf life expired a long time ago, guys. I'm by no means uh, saying that I'm any better or worse. But what the problem with uh, someone like her is she's cashed in on being good looking for so long, and now she's it just she starts drama. She's in the middle of drama every time she opens her mouth. You know what I mean? It's just she's in a position right now where she's starting to get out of that age. That's just exactly why I told Twitch what I told them about making new stars on their platform. They have no problem whatsoever, pushing Pokimane on people, which is fine. I get that's where they get a lot of money from, but she's starting to age out. She's starting to get up there where she's been around a while, and she's either going to have to reinvent herself in some way or another, or there's another level. Start selling feet pics or whatever. I don't know, but it's I just there's just a lot of stuff that she's done and said, and again, I have no problem with her. Every time I've seen her, she seems like she's a nice person, but she also is like at the forefront of every bit of streamer drama that there is, or if there is streamer drama that she's not involved with, she makes sure she puts herself into it, and she's got no problem caping for that. It's all that Los Angeles streamer crowd is what it is. They're all they all live close to each other. They all cape for each other, except for Hassan. Hassan basically lets everyone cape for him, and then he doesn't cape for anybody. That's just how he works. Yeah, there's a point where it's there's going to be the next big thing, and she needs to get attention. So how's she going to get attention? She's got to get that attention up. I just realized my vocation bars are on the character screens, on the character thing on the side there. Yeah, it's just that she's aging out. She's no longer the 20-something hot chick, Doesn't she show her ass a lot though? Isn't that something that she really does? Is she tries to cash in on her ass? Hell yeah, I remember when PewDiePie was who they canceled him. Back when the California streamers could get away with anything all just about anything. They would go out there and actively try to take out people that were more popular than them. That's the whole thing with what's her face attacking Emaru. She's attacking her because Emaru is more popular than she is. That's the only reason. She's punching up. She's trying to take Emaru down so she's thinking, well, her audience will come to me if I take her down. It's like, that's not how it works. Well, he's got more money than God. He can do whatever he wants. You know what I mean? He's PewDiePie has tons of cash. He doesn't need to do anything. Yeah. Hell, he's probably good for the rest of his kids are probably good for the rest of their lives because of that. Yeah, I don't blame him. I don't blame him at all. There's something to be said about someone who would much rather spend time with their family than worry about becoming becoming a more popular streamer. You know what I mean? Well, he's not as popular as he was. He got big, and because once again he shared a political belief like Emaru, where it's a little centrist. They set out to destroy him. Oh, we got a bot. Thank you for letting me know. I didn't even see that. Where is it? There he is. There he goes. What is this? I have messages. Hmm. Weird, weird, weird. Come on, baby. We're gonna get her up to mage. She's about to level up mage again. Martial artist is getting there too. How close? There's 5 on martial artist already. 4 on mage. 5 on thief. I didn't know the French knighted people. Is there a king of France right now? Pretty sure they got rid of the royal family when they beheaded them. Well, of course, that's the next. That's the white whale right now. Is the great white whale? Is they're trying to. AI is going to be the next thing, and yeah, AI sucks for when it costs people jobs and stuff like that. But the point of the fact is we're talking about a small developer, a small company. If this were EA using bots, okay, or using AI, I could probably see why people be pissed off about it. But 33 people in a basement, sorry, don't care. And they didn't use it to displace anybody. They didn't fire people so they could use AI. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the thing is that they're doing their best to. The thing is that 5 years ago you could actually well, I mean, the cancel culture stuff was huge, and all someone had to do was ruffle the feather, say one thing, and all of a sudden it became a dog pile, and then there was canceled. There were people were being canceled, losing their jobs, losing money, losing their homes, all that stuff, and it's not like that anymore. a lot of the stuff rings on dead ears now because we're all tired of it. That's why certain words that are being used to describe people are just ringing hollow right now, like the bad guys from WW2. I am so tired of hearing that word. But every time there's a disagreement now online and it turns political, someone's calling somebody a bad guy from WW2. And it's just like, come on, guys, really? That's enough of that shit. It's they're just cancel culture's dying. They're not. It's not happening as much anymore. And oh crap. Well, the president of France can knight people. That's okay. I thought that too, but we don't write French laws here, so I mean, whatever the French do is what the French do. The French do everything bass backwards anyway. Here are the French like, well, we can't have the English knighting people. We have to do something about that. Well, we can knight people ourselves. Really? How can we do that? We beheaded all the royal family back during the French Revolution. We'll just let the president do it. That's true. Anytime that there's an something happens, the French they hate Americans until it's time to fight. Then they're like, oh shit, we need the Americans. This is a great place for the for vocation level of location. Getting vocational points. This is just working out like a champ. Level 6 on all those jobs. We saved everybody's ass in World War II. Now, according to if you believe in conspiracy theories, and believe me, I do believe there's some validity in this. I don't know if it's exactly what it is, but uh, we were always taught in school that FDR's New Deal is what stopped the Great Depression. That's not what stopped the Great Depression. World War II is what stopped the Great Depression. And from what I remember, not that I was alive for this, but from what I remember, what FDR really wanted to get into World War II, but he needed an excuse to do it. He didn't want to start. He didn't want to jump into a war unprovoked because that would have made him look bad. So he, according to what some conspiracy theorists out there, he kind of goaded the Japanese, and that's why the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor. Was FDR goaded him into it? They would be speaking German, right? That's about right. Oh, there's a new war coming to Europe right now, and it's going to be a different language. Oh, gosh. I forgot to unmute the game. Here we go. Sorry about that. I always forget something. Now, I don't know if FDR really go to the Japanese, but it wouldn't surprise me if he did. Again, the Great Depression was not getting any better, and you can't spend money. You have to spend money to make money, but at the same time, you can't just throw money at something and expect everything to be okay. And that's basically what the New Deal was throwing a lot of money at a lot of different things, and it wasn't working. I would say Arabic, Rizzle, but that's just my opinion. Oh. Yeah, that's what it. Well, it's. Yeah, we were. Once they bombed Pearl Harbor, we were ready. We were ready. We were all on board. Rally around the flag. We're gonna beat the Axis powers' ass. That's the way we looked at it, and we did. But again, according to some conspiracy theorists out there, it was not the Japanese who provoked it. It was FDR that provoked it. So he had an excuse to get involved in World War II. Boy, oh boy. All these points. I love it. And we're about to max out Martial Artist. Over halfway to the last level of Martial Artist, aren't we? Yeah, we are. And she's about to get level 7 on Mage. Once she gets that, we're going to max out these jobs quickly. I like it when we're maxing out jobs quickly. Because there's just a lot of dudes here. Okay, there's Mage going up to level 7 for Maribel. And levels up. Oh, crap. Oh, well. That is true, Grizzled. I agree with you 100%. I didn't mean to do that, but hey, whatever. But the economy, any economy is boosted up when there's a war. It's just how it is. Because there's a lot of manufacturing, there's a lot of moving parts, there's a lot of food that needs to be consumed, shipped, and water and things like that. It is a very, very big deal for a war to take place for the success of an economy of a country. So when FDR did not exactly need a whole lot of provocation to get involved with the war. He wanted to get involved with the war because he knew that would be the way to get the Great Depression over. and because we were basically the only superpower left that that really didn't have a lot of damage done to our country or infrastructure. When the war came to an end, we were there to help out the rest of the world.
Sure.
So now he should have... Okay, Gladiator now is there. Okay, now we have... Let's see how long it takes us to max out Gladiator. So, but you watch, anytime that there's going to be when the economy goes down and we're in a recession or something like that, you watch. Here comes... Oh, we're gonna start bombing people. War boosts the economy. Always does. Okay, he maxed that out.
Sure.
So he did Thief and Sailor, and now he can do Pirate. This is true because weapons have gotten so much better. I mean, those bombs we dropped on Iran last year were those bunker busters. I had never seen anything like that before. That shit didn't exist back then, so... We're maxing out stuff. I like it when we're maxing out stuff. Well, that see, there's something to that. First of all, the nukes. I think we're at a point in time that there are enough nukes out there in a lot of different places that if one country nukes another, there's going to be a lot of ramifications to the country that launches the nukes. So, I don't know if we're really... unless something truly crazy happens, I don't know in our lifetime if we're going to see any nukes going off. Biological weapons, I believe, are against the Geneva Convention. So if someone does that, that is a exact same thing as the nuke, except it's going to be... I mean, there'll be ramifications throughout the ass on that. She's almost got Mage maxed out. But we have, I mean, even seriously, Grizzled, the weapon, and not just the bombs either, but the guns. The you know, we have assault rifles that, you know, huge clips and you know, huge and high caliber bullets with precise with little kick to them. There's a lot of weapons out there that can end a lot of people pretty fast. We just blew right through those guys. That's pretty awesome. Got you there. Look at that. Knocking them down. Oh, she's maxed out mage. Good.
Sure.
Does she unlock anything now? Sage. Yeah, it's good respawn here, and we can just claw through these things really fast, and we're able to job system is very similar to Final Fantasy V in a way. I'm about to level up again. Here. They're all coming back though, and we're knocking them dead. To level up. No! That was stupid. I didn't mean to do that, and I did it blindly. Let's see how this works. Oh, okay, that sucked. 2 attacks in a row. Okay. Ah, damn it.
Get it together.
We're doing better this time. Oh, he hit himself. Oh, damn. Not Enigma. Don't hit him.
Huh? Right. What?
There we go. All right. That worked out.
Easy peasy.
I thought for certain I was screwed there. So it looks like the secondary jobs take longer to level. Just from what I can tell. Because now we're... Oh, a level 4 gladiator. Okay, so we're not that bad. Level up for her. And him. So that means Pirate's about to go to 4. He hit 4 on Gladiator. Still longer, though. Makes me wonder. I'd have to look. When next time we change jobs, I want to look to see... Because obviously I want to max out all the jobs and get all the the really super secret jobs. There's Pirate, level 4. Really? That's after the buyout. Well, the buyout hasn't happened yet, right? With EA. The buyout hasn't happened. EA hasn't been sold yet. Technically, they're going to, obviously, but I don't believe that is a it hasn't been approved yet, right? The SEC hasn't approved it yet. We're getting all them points. I don't think it's been completed yet. It's got to go through the SEC, right? You don't just walk up and buy a multi-billion-dollar American company and no one says anything about it. Now, it's going to go through because there's nothing antitrust about it. Now, if they turn around and they bought Microsoft or something, or Xbox, then yeah, that would be grounds for antitrust. But just buying EA is not antitrust. That's why I say Microsoft is going to calm down with the buying, because their purchase of Activision raised eyebrows within the federal government for antitrust reasons. So if Microsoft so much as buys a 7-Eleven right now, it's not going to look good for them. So and plus Microsoft is, yeah, they got a whole ton of money, but their Xbox division isn't making any money right now. They've invested $100 billion into gaming over the last 10 years, and it has yet to produce any fruit for them. Very important for a company like that, because Microsoft is a company that their investors, when your stock sells for as much as Microsoft's stock sells for, your stockholders and shareholders, when they want answers, they better get answers. This isn't, again, this isn't a 7-Eleven purchase. It's a pretty big deal. Level 5 on Gladiator. I gotta get this blanket. It's warm on my legs, not on my feet. When we change jobs again, I want to look at the other jobs that are available via, because I saw some down there that all the question mark ones, you have to level up certain jobs. I wonder if Gladiator, for instance, is one that is like a super secret one. There's Pirate going up to level 5. That's what I've been saying for a long time, Grizzled. You're right. The people who created Call of Duty aren't with Activision anymore. They left a long time ago. The folks who founded BioWare, they're no longer at BioWare. They all moved on. Improving profits generated from Disney Plus. I can tell them how they can do that. Produce good content. Produce good content. That's all you got to do. I know it's a really kind of weird thing is producing good content, but they haven't done that. Disney has not produced good content for Disney Plus. And every time they do produce something good, they screw it up. Yep. You know, Disney did really well with The Mandalorian. That was a really big deal. And then right after season 2 ended, they went and they did the Gina Carano thing. And it's like, you guys are doing things. It's not they forgot. It's they replaced everybody that was creative, that was good, and was producing good content. They got them to leave. They fired them, or they were forced into retirement, or whatever. You know, look, Michael Eisner. Look at Michael Eisner. He was with Pixar, and he helped produce a lot of the really good stuff that Pixar used to do. The original Toy Story, The Incredibles, things like that. He was one of the name forces behind those things, and he got Me Too'd. They Me Too'd him because he hugs people. They say that's what they do, and it's not what they do. That's the exact same thing that I don't know if you guys watched any of the Netflix Warner Brothers stuff on Capitol Hill last week, but the Netflix CEO was asked several times about the content on his platform for kids not being being for kids. And he says, "Oh, we make things for 80% of the country. You know, it's like 80%, 40% believe one way, and 40% believe another, and 20% don't know. And we're striving to make things for everybody." It's like, no, you're not. You're not making things for everybody. You're making them for. You're preaching instead of entertaining. And if there's a level up, I look at sniffing people. I look at it real simple. It's if I had kids and I have to watch the content that they want to watch before they watch it to make sure that it's something suitable for them, you have failed as a creation company. You know what I mean? It's go. Another level up for Pirate. That puts him at 6. Yeah, well, why would they? I don't trust Disney. Disney fell into the Microsoft trap. Microsoft doesn't really invent anything. They buy things. And that's what Disney's doing now. Disney doesn't create anything. They acquire. And then they bring shit in and they're like, "Oh, we own the Predator franchise now. Cool. Let's make a Predator movie. All right, cool. What are we going to do? How about we make a Predator movie about feminism or whatever that last piece of shit was? Let's tell a Predator story from the perspective of the Predator. Cool. Well, then you completely missed the point of the frickin' Predator, okay? You don't tell the story from the perspective of the Predator. You tell it from the perspective of the people being hunted by the Predator. Hence, Predator and Prey. Yeah, he acquired. They never did anything original. They acquired. They bought Lucasfilm. They bought Marvel. They bought Fox. They didn't create anything. They just acquired. You know, that would be like me going to the store, going up to the local. Let's just say I go to in Naperville, about 45 minutes from here. There's a Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. Okay, Ruth's Chris, one of the highest end steakhouse chains in the entire country, right? Let's just say that tomorrow Desi's coming home, and instead of me cooking dinner, I drive all the way over to Ruth's Chris and get steaks and potatoes and spend $300, and then she comes home and I give her steak and potatoes for dinner and I present it like I'm the one who made it. No, I am not Gordon frickin' Ramsay because I went up to Ruth's Chris and spent $300 on steak and potatoes. She's at 5 on that one. But that's exactly what it is. Is that Disney's going to act like, oh yeah, we have Predator, we have Alien, we have Marvel, we have Star Wars, we have Indiana Jones, we have all this. You didn't make any of that, son of a bitch. You bought it, and you've done such a poor job of being stewards to those brands that they're all in frickin' free fall. I mean, I know we've talked about Lucasfilm before. What they did to Lucasfilm needs to be studied. It needs to be accounted for and studied, because I have never seen in my life something so beloved and something so profitable for decades. They wrote the book on merchandising films outside of the film. George Lucas wrote the frickin' book on it. And for them to take that franchise, one of the most beloved, one of the most profitable movie franchises ever, that created the template that everyone's using today for merchandising outside of the film, and crater it, needs to be studied. It needs to be studied. I don't disagree with you. Iger was horrible. Absolutely horrible. And the funny thing is that they black bagged Bob Chapek, who was the CEO before Iger. It was Iger, then Chapek, then they went back to Iger. They black bagged him over the head while he was at an Elton John concert, I think. Chapek tried to run the company the way that it needed to be ran, which, yeah, he was cheap and he wasn't exactly he wasn't the best CEO. Absolutely was not. But he tried to stay above board politically. He didn't want to get involved with any of the culture war shit. He tried to keep Disney out of it. And because of the hiring practices of Disney, where they brought in all those goofballs to run these departments and run the portions of the company, they ate him up. They completely ate him up. Yes, his yes men kept him in power. But they ate him up. Chapek got devoured by all the Igerites that they had brought in and kept, when in reality they should have gone, because they weren't doing anything good for the company anyway. We are just piling up the points here, guys. Loving it. Someone call McDonald's, because I'm loving it. There's Pirate. Is that 7 on Pirate? Yeah, it is. One more level on Pirate, and Pirate will be done. But trust me on this. You know, and the truth is, there's something else we need to keep in mind as well, and this is something that not everybody talks about. I don't think Disney is lost as much money as people claim that they've lost because of merchandising. You know, I know there's a lot of folks out there who talk about, like, Superman, James Gunn's Superman last year for Warner Brothers, that it lost a whole ton of money. I don't think it did, because of the merchandising around it. The amount of money that was paid by Nabisco and whoever made the toys that are still in stores, by the way. All these companies pay significant amounts of money we're talking 6 and 7 figures, maybe 8 for some of them, to have to produce stuff for these shows and these movies. And so, no, I don't think they've lost as much money as folks claim that they've lost. But I don't think that Disney's in a good position as far as the box office goes. They haven't been. Yeah, they did kill it. You once the thing, and we've said this before. I'll say it again for anyone who might be new and is here. If you have a legacy IP, if you have an IP that's been around for 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years, and you have a die-hard fan base that can't get enough of stuff surrounding your IP, the absolute worst thing you can have from that fan base is apathy. If your fan base doesn't care enough to bitch about it, you are screwed as a legacy IP. And most of the classic Star Wars fans, they're like from the Green Mile. They're tired, boss. They're done. They're not arguing. They're not yelling. They're not screaming. They're just not. They don't care. They've moved on. They're done. They're moved on to other things. They found other stuff to read. They found other stuff to play. They watched other stuff to watch. They don't need you. And if they're apathetic to your brand and apathetic to the point where they don't care enough to bitch, Castlevania, then you have a lot of problems. If you have the thing is that when The Last Jedi came out, and there was the fan base that loved it and the fan base that hated it, the fan base that hated it cared enough about the frickin' brand to bitch about it. They cared. They didn't want to see it go that way. And now, probably 95% of those people have checked completely the F out. They're like, hell no, we don't care anymore. It's just not worth the fight. I would much rather go back and watch the stuff I love, play the games that I love, read the books that I love, than deal with any of the shit that you're doing to it right now. And they don't get it. Apathy is a death nail is all the death nails. It is all the nails in the coffin for any legacy IP out there. And Castlevania is one of them. You're right, Alucard. If they're apathetic to your brand, if they don't care enough to bitch, then you have a dead brand. And you have no one to blame but yourself. Just look at Star Wars, look at Star Trek, look at Doctor Who, look at all these classic science fiction, science fantasy brands that people love, that are influential, that a lot of people grew up with. And they bitched for a while. But is anybody bitching about Starfleet Academy right now? No one's watching it. And no one's bitching about it. Outside of, people who do care. There are people who still care. But they don't bitch because they want things to get worse. They bitch because they want things to get better. Yeah, well, they neglected the IPs. Yeah, well, they neglected it. But I'm just saying, apathy is the worst thing you can have in a legacy IP. If they don't care, if they're just completely laissez-faire, if they just completely turn over, if they... The Mandalorian Grogu movie trailer that came out yesterday during the Super Bowl. How many people reacted positively to that? Saved by the Bell without the humor, cosplaying in Star Trek. You're right. But again, no one, no one, and again, but a lot of your classic fans, a lot of your fans that kept the IP alive for decades, have checked the F out. They just do not care, and they have moved on to other things, or they're going back and buying the 4K box sets on Amazon when it goes on sale during a big sale, like I did of a classic Star Trek 4K. I got the whole thing. and the movies. I'm not gonna give them any money for this new shit that they're doing. I want the old shit's better. Exactly correct. You don't. Well, we've talked about that too. If you've got a legacy IP, something that's been around for a while with a fan base, and you're sitting on it and doing nothing with it, what do you think it is? A frickin' egg? It's not gonna hatch. You better go out there and find people to lay their own eggs for that shit. Oh, Star Trek. What they've done to Star Trek's an abomination. It's just. Who thought turning Star Trek into a high school drama was a good idea? Because that person needs to be. Whoever came up with that needs to be. They need to be jailed, basically. If there's one thing that Star Trek does not need, it's high school drama, for crying out loud. It is probably the most influential show ever created, because all the shit that we have technologically right now, cell phones and tablets and all that stuff, the people who invented that stuff got the ideas from Star Trek. Doors, automatic doors that open up when you walk into the grocery store or Target or wherever. That's Star Trek, guys. He's about to max out pirate. Oh, shit. I ran into it. I meant to hit it. But I didn't. Damn. But you just, if you're gonna... There we go. Leveled up pirate. Alright, we're up. Alright, so let's take a look, because I want to see some stuff here. Pirate's maxed out. So if we take a look down here... Okay, so see that? We have to master more vocations, but pirate is one to get that last one, and pirate's one to get that one. So there are different things to learn here. Let's why not? SO10 is great. I love SO10. They're doing more Mega Man, aren't they? Didn't they announce a new Mega Man not long ago? SO10 is a top 5 PlayStation 1 game. Like, I know I rail about PlayStation 1 games and Nintendo 64 games not aging very well. SO10 does not make that list. SO10 is aged amazingly well and is an amazing game. It's one of my favorite games ever. Look at that. We'll see. I told you what I would do. They put me in charge of Konami tomorrow. I'm starting to call people. Iga, brother, what are you doing right now? Bloodstained, cool. Love Bloodstained. Hey, how would you feel about doing a sequel to SO10, a direct sequel to SO10? Do you think we could do that? Can we bring back Alucard? The character, not the dude. What do you think? You know what I mean? That's what I would do. Work those phones, work the email, work the connections. What are you doing right now? What are you working on? How'd you like to do a new Castlevania game? There are some great Metroidvanias out there that are independently developed. Absolutely. Oh, he's done.
Sure.
Okay, so Gladiators 1 do. Okay, so that one is going to be like the big one. Well, the thing is that there are games out there that you're right, they could update them, but I don't want them to go back because they've preserved those games very well. You can right now, the Castlevania collection on that you can get on platforms and on Steam is very well done. It's got the pixels. It's great. It's just a high definition compatible versions of those original games. They don't need to mess with those. I don't want to see. They don't need to be remade. But you're dealing with frickin' Castlevania. You should be able to go and make more stuff. You should be making more stuff. Shit. Didn't mean to do that. Just saying, they don't have to go back and rehash the old ones. That's not really what needs to happen. What needs to happen is they need to go and expand on what's there. Castlevania is the mythos is. There's a lot of stuff they could do, and a lot of timelines they can go down, a lot of different things they can do. All they got to do is do it, but they're not doing it. Yeah, well, don't. That's what I'm saying. Don't ruin the originals. Just don't. Simon's Quest is actually very influential. More games are like Metroidvanias are more like Simon's Quest than they are the other Castlevania games. Pee here in a second. I can feel it. How many seeds do we have? 26. That's crazy. Well, Street Fighter 2010 isn't really a Street Fighter game. They only put Street Fighter on it because they were trying to tie it into something here in the West. It's not Street Fighter in Japan. It's something else. Like Doki Doki Panic. Hell, they canceled the Castlevania game for the Dreamcast I would like to have seen come out, quite honestly. That game never came out. They just canceled it completely. Which I love how this is just, we're just plowing through this stuff. It's so awesome. Yeah, they rebranded. Street Fighter 2010 was rebranded. It was not, it's not a Street Fighter game. They were just trying to cash in on the IP. That's all they were doing. People won't play this game. Cool, what do we do? Let's call it Street Fighter. Oh, cool. That'll work. Castlevania 64 is dog shit, honestly. Another one of those games that they promised the sun and the stars and the moon in the sky, and we didn't get near what was promised. I remember the whole thing about the time of day. If you played the game at night, the monsters would be stronger. Just all these different things they were planning on doing with it, and when it came out, it was unfinished dog shit. In fact, I'll say something controversial right now, because I know there's some folks out there who like some of these games. There's never been a great Castlevania game in 3D. Castlevania is a 2D game. It is a 2D franchise. Every time they've tried to take it to 3D, it's never done well. The ones on the PS2 and Xbox, sorry. They're not that great. Oh, and the ones the ones on the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3, the two Castlevanias for them are okay, but no, they're not great. And am I really wanting to play Legacy of Darkness or whatever it is? I would much rather play Soten or any of the Game Boy Advance ones. They're just so much better games. And I'm sorry if someone out there is a fan of those games. It's fine, but no, I can't do them. Lament of Innocence. Was that the second one? Trying to remember what the second, because they did on the PlayStation 2 and Xbox 2 3D Castlevania games, and the first one was like really, really not good, and then the second one was okay. Like they learned, and it was okay. I still didn't like it, but it was okay. But I would still much rather play Soten or any of the GBA ones, the DS ones, the classic Nintendo, Super Nintendo, Castlevania 4. There we go. She maxed out Sage.
Sure.
It was the first PS2 game. Okay. I didn't think that one was any good, but so what level are they? Level 4 on Dancer, level 4 on Shepherd. So we're getting through these. Tearing right through them. But yeah, if for me, the last thing I want is a. Do I want it in 4K? Yeah, of course I do. But the last thing I want is a high-end, high-budget 3D Castlevania game. You don't need to do that. Go and just get some talented developers that do Metroidvanias. Get the pixelized graphics like SO10. If you want to make it all... Actually, if you want to make it... I'll tell you what I would do. Ooh. Oh. I would get Vanillaware to do the artwork for a Castlevania game. Get me a Vanillaware Castlevania game. Please, someone get Vanillaware on the phone with Konami. I want a completely high-definition 4K hand-drawn Vanillaware version of Castlevania. That's what I want. Lords of Shadow. That's what I said. Legacy Dark. Lords of Shadow. The first Lords of Shadow is fun. It's good, but it's not Castlevania. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Alucard. I want a Vanillaware Metroidvania Castlevania game. That's what I want. Get them on the phone now. That would be my call. That would be my first call. What's Vanillaware doing? Get them on the phone. I need to talk to them right now. Get me. They're Japanese. Cool. Get me someone over there who speaks English. We need to talk turkey right now. I need them working on a Castlevania game yesterday. For those who might be listening who don't know, Vanillaware is a Japanese developer that does. They did Dragon's Crown, Odin Sphere, and Muramasa. A lot of these games, and all of the artwork they do is 100% hand drawn and animated for everything that they do, and it's flippin' gorgeous the amount of effort they put into the artwork. If anyone would do a 2D Castlevania game right. Aesthetically with the artwork, it would be Vanillaware. I would jump at the chance, if I were working with Konami, to have them make a Castlevania game. You bet your ass I would. I would say, come on, guys. Let's do it. Yeah, you said that. Odin Sphere is great. That's a great game. But you bet your ass that's what I would want. That would be my first call. Me, president of Konami, CEO of Konami, Enigma, get Vanillaware on the phone. I want to talk to them right now. And while you're at it, what's Hideo Kojima's phone number? We need it. We got to mend some fences. We have to fix things with him. Dragon's Crown is fun. But it's not for the faint of heart as far as character designs go. If you are offended by hot female characters. I don't know what cup that witch has. I don't know what her bra size is, but I know it's definitely more than one letter, okay? Yeah, that would be it. Vanillaware Castlevania game, 2D Castlevania, Metroidvania game. Get it done. I want that. Me making shit up. Yeah, the Amazon. I always play as the Amazon. Her ass is hanging out. Yeah, I'm sure that we could say a lot of things about a lot of companies. Capcom is not a company that lets things die on the vine. Have they been great stewards of every IP that they oversee that they have? No, but they don't. They've brought out Mega Man games. Recently. Yeah, she is in Lulu. Yeah, Lulu. The goth bust queen from Final Fantasy X. You find me a guy that doesn't like Lulu from Final Fantasy X, and I will show you a guy who's probably questioning his sexuality. There's nothing wrong with that either, but I'm just saying. Stranger things have happened, Alucard. If Konami, I'm sorry, if Capcom and SNK can get together and make games, which they have, then Vanillaware and Konami can work together. We are just, this is so cool. Maxing out these jobs. Level up. Yeah, Nintendo and Sega work together. Capcom. Well, the thing about Konami and SNK is there really is bad blood. Was bad blood between those two companies. I don't know how many people know this, but the guy who did the original Street Fighter, left Capcom and went to SNK. So the Art of Fighting and those kind of games are closer to the original Street Fighter than Street Fighter 2 is. He left, and Street Fighter 2 became a thing and was its own thing. It set the world on fire. But the guy who created Street Fighter went and did Art of Fighting and Fatal Fury and Samurai Showdown and all those games for SNK. There has been legitimate bad blood between those two companies. I swear to God, when I saw when they first announced Kingdom Hearts, when they first said Disney and Square are doing a Final Fantasy Disney hybrid game together, a mashup, I went, that sounds like a train wreck on top of a dumpster fire. I said, there's no way that's going to be any good. There's no way. And I was pleasantly surprised. Gotta say. But if you're a fan of Fatal Fury, if you're a fan of Art of Fighting, if you're a fan of King of Fighters, the original Street Fighter 1 is actually very close to those kind of games, gameplay wise, because the developer is the head developer was a guy was the same guy. Oh, I meant to hit that and I didn't. Look at the bright side, Alucard. There's a bright side. The bright side being, The Spirits Within was a movie, and thank God it was, because otherwise it would have been a game. That's another dirty little secret I don't think a lot of people know. Spirits Within was going to be a game. And it was a movie, so we didn't have to play it. So, thank God. Because that would have been a dog shit story of a game. Pretty sure Dr. Aki Ross, the Ming-Na voicer in the movie, they tried to turn her into like a virtual sex symbol. She was in FHM magazine, and damn, but that was basically what had happened was Squaresoft. This is before Square Enix. Squaresoft basically invested a small mint into making a CG studio in Hawaii. And they went to work on making movies, and the first thing they did, I believe, was The Last Flight of the Osiris, which was a CG short for the Matrix movies. It took place between Matrix 1 and 2. And it looked amazing for the time. It just, oh my God, it looked great. But The Spirits Within came out and lost a whole shit ton of money. And the most important thing that happened from that, oh gosh, we're already almost got Dancer and Shepard maxed out, is the Hironobu Sakaguchi, the father of Final Fantasy, was forced to commit professional seppuku and throw himself on his own sword because he directed The Spirits Within. And in Japanese culture, if you are responsible for your company losing a whole bunch of money, it's expected for you to resign. You don't get fired. You resign and you leave. That's expected. That's the way those companies in Japan work. And he had to leave. But then they turned around. Yeah, the Animatrix. That's what I meant. It was the Animatrix. It was a movie between Matrix movies. A little short. An important one, too. I'm pretty sure it had something to do with... Yeah, it was between the first and second Matrix movies. Because it directly tied into the plot of Matrix Reloaded. But, because they were the ones who discovered the machines were burrowing down. That's right. That's what it was. Yes, he directed it. Sakaguchi directed The Spirits Within. And they let him go. Or he left. Go?
Sure.
Dancer is done now? Cool. Yeah, the thing about The Matrix is, if we're talking about fumbled franchises, they had a lot of meat on the bone with The Matrix, and they fumbled it big time. There was a lot of exposition. There was a lot of stories they could have told in the world of the Matrix, and they basically screwed it up big time. Of course, the Wachowskis couldn't make up their mind which gender they are, so that probably had something to do with it. But I'm flat out telling you, the Matrix could have very well been the next Star Wars if it was handled properly, and it was not handled properly at all. At all, it was not handled well. I know we're grinding here, but these guys are respawning so fast that we're actually gating all these points for jobs and just breaking it down. I'm all right with this. Yep. I remember watching the Animatrix. The Animatrix was brilliant. And you know what made the Animatrix brilliant? They had other people coming in to do creative things for it. It wasn't just the Wachowskis. It was other people coming in and making things with it. And having the freedom to be creative and expressing stories and respecting the source material enough not to kill the golden goose. There's a lot of things going on with AI. I think the biggest problem I'm going to have, well, not the biggest, but one of the biggest problems I'm going to have with AI is the fact that we're going to have people that are introverts that get bullied and made fun of and go through Monster Masher. And go through a lot of problems, are going to find themselves probably moving into AI for companionship. Is we're going to have a lot of people that are going to be married to their AI, their phones, their AI, then they're going to actually be going out and actually talking to people. And making real friends and finding real connections. That's going to be a big problem. A very big problem. I've messed around with AI stuff, and you can go right now and find AI companion bots all over the app stores. And for the low price of like, $50-$60 a year, you can have your own AI girlfriend who you can make to dress the way you want, to look the way you want, to address you the way that you want, to act the way that you want. And you won't get your feelings hurt. You won't be bullied. You won't be, and that's the way you make her, but you won't be made fun of. You won't be humiliated. You just could have companionship that way. Yeah. That's right. And here's the best part. This is the best part of the whole thing. While I don't like that, I don't blame them. I don't blame them at all. Don't blame him at all. Where is she? She's at 7 on Troubadour. But that's going to be the next shoe that drops, guys. Is going to be the AI bots that basically are... that people are going to be kind of attached to the hip to their phones, and or you know, actual robots or whatnot. You know what I mean? It's... And you know why I know that? Because we have a lot of guys right now that are addicted to OnlyFans. A lot of guys out there are addicted to going to OnlyFans and talking to girls who really aren't the girls that they're talking to anyway, because a lot of the time it's some people in India that are there hired by the girl to represent them online. And if you're a strapping young lad that's willing to do that, you will be a strapping young lad willing to pay $60 a year and make your own virtual OnlyFans girl and not have to worry about pay-per-views and all the other shit that comes with that. They already are. They already are complaining about it. Well, that's on Asus. That's not on... Well, it's going to look bad on Xbox for certain, or Microsoft for certain as well. But that's Asus's problem. There's a level up for Monster Masher. Okay. Not surprising to me that they're having that problem, though. And it is going to look bad on Microsoft, even though they're not manufacturing it. We'll go.
Sure.
Might as well. As long as the consumer allows them to get away with it, they'll continue to do it. Level 4 already there. Level 3 on Monster Masher. Well, obviously I don't have the money for that, but I wasn't going to buy one. I have a Steam Deck I don't use, so why would I go buy a... And I have an Xbox Series X I don't use. So why would I invest more money into something on two things I don't use? I just can't believe how quickly we're maxing out these jobs by doing this here. Just because of all the enemies. This is a great place to do this. For vocational points. Guys, give me a second. I need to take a quick little bio break. And it'll be quick. I just got to go in there and take care of that. I'll be back in just a second. Yes. The two master races coming together. Here I am. Sorry about that. Just sometimes you gotta go. You gotta go. I had my second and third bladder kick in there. Frickin' master race, I tell you. That's why I don't believe in superiority of one over the other. Or any of them. I just don't. I just believe in everyone having fun. Play your games the way you want to play them and have a good time doing it. Level 5 on Jester already. And I think we're gonna have more characters too. That's the thing, is we only have a 3-man party right now. And there's room for 4, so when are the other characters gonna come in? Yeah, well, that's what they do, is they try to make everyone, some folks feel inadequate because they're not part of the PC master race. The one that always used to annoy me when I worked at GameStop were the Xbots. There is nothing Microsoft could do that was wrong in the eyes of a die-hard Xbot. And I realize Sony fanboys and Nintendo fanboys and gals are exactly the same, but they were so militant. Yeah, I mean, I don't criticize anyone for playing whatever they want. This is on PlayStation 5. They also released it on the Switch and the Switch 2. If you're playing it on either of those or playing on PC, I don't really give a rat's ass. As long as you're having fun doing it, that's all that really matters in the long run. Now, I know you told me that you shared with me the supposed Xbox, stats that are coming out, the stuff it's gonna be able to do. I'll believe it when I see it. Not that I don't believe but it's just that there are certain things that are in that article that you sent, that tweet that you sent me, that, if true, they're going to have to do a lot of hardware stuff. And the more hardware stuff means the more expensive it's going to be. But it wouldn't surprise me if... oh, shit. I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, until we see something, I take everything with a grain of salt because you just don't know.
That was easy.
Because let's get one thing straight, guys. They start working on the new console before the next console, the latest console comes out. The PlayStation 6 has been under development since before the PlayStation 5 came out. Okay, I'm dead serious. Hardware development is not something that you do and then you just go, well, we're done. That doesn't happen. And the same thing happens with the next. The Switch 3 is in development right now. I guarantee you it is. They're already identifying problems that the Switch 2 has, and they're going to try to rectify those with the Switch 3. That being said, doesn't mean what they're going to do is the right thing. This has been a very significant grind. A very good grind. Level 6 on Jester, level 4 on Dancer, level 5 on Monster Masher. Okay, got you down. Oh, we picked a good spot for this, though, just simply because of all the enemies here. And we're motoring through these things so fast. That being said, we have a lot of equipment here. Look at 21 claws. 25 helmets. We'll be able to sell them. And if you're not aware, the reason why I know they're working on the PlayStation 6, and they have been, is because consoles are outdated the second they're announced. Hardware improves so fast. They're going to have the PlayStation 6. They're going to show off the PlayStation 6 at some point. What is this? Is it a remake? It's a reimagination of the original story. Yeah, I would say that. I agree. The problem is, what was the first game in the Final Fantasy VII? What was it called? Remind me again the subtitle, the R. What was that R word that was under the Final Fantasy VII for the original release of this? Pretty sure it was remake. So if you say remake in your title, that means it's a frickin' remake. It's not really a remake, it's a retelling. Okay, well that's not what your title says. She's about to get a level up on Dancer. Here's Dancer. Jester's taking a while here, isn't it? She's level 5 on that. She's level 6 there, level 5. I think he's about to get Monster Masher. Yeah, it's a remake. That's what I'm saying. They're saying it's not a remake, but that's the name of the first game. It's literally called the remake. And there are aspects of the remake I like, and there's aspects that I don't. I love the fact that the members of Avalanche are more fleshed out, even though apparently Charlie Sheen is part of. But the whole thing, I mean, you fight Sephiroth at the end of the remake. It's like none of that shit. No, that Sephiroth wasn't even. He was barely mentioned on the first disc. You didn't meet Sephiroth until the second disc. And then they have Rebirth, and I still think the next one's going to be called Reunion. Remake, Rebirth, Reunion. Reunion is a theme of Final Fantasy VII. Pretty sure it's because Sakaguchi said... I'm pretty sure Sakaguchi's mother died during the development of Final Fantasy VII, early development. So he was grieving big time over the loss of his mother, and Reunion is a big theme in that game in Final Fantasy VII because of that he wants to go back and he talks about his mother. He talks about Mother. Sephiroth talks about Mother a lot in Final Fantasy VII. Pretty sure it's 7 that she passed away. It was 7 or 9, and I'm pretty sure it was 7. Grief is a hell of a motivator. I'll say that. I have 157,000 gold too. Meanwhile, in Dragon Quest II Remake, we were playing. You get 10 gold here. You get 10 gold there. Here are 10 gold. There are 10 gold. Everywhere are 10 gold. Here we're sitting on 157,000 gold already. Level up. And Dancer leveled up there. How many closer is she? She's on 6 on Dancer. Am I right? I'm pretty sure she passed away during 7. So that was why there was such a big emphasis on Reunion and Mother and all that, was because Sakaguchi was grieving. And guys, it's going to happen to all of us, all right? I mean, grief is something that we're all going to have to deal with at some point or another. We're all going to lose loved ones. It's how it works. The older we get, I know a lot of young people out there probably don't realize this, but, you know, we're all going to grieve. There's going to be grief. Our parents are not supposed to outlive us. You know, and it's just how it works. So we're all going to have to deal with it. Some point or another. You might want to look that up, Alucard, just to make sure I'm not wrong. I don't think I am, but I have been wrong before, and I might be misremembering, because I am 50. My memory doesn't always work the way I want it to, you know what I mean? Sometimes I don't remember things the way that I should. But I'm pretty sure it's 7 that he lost his mom. Hey, I've got a PlayStation Edge controller with stick drift. If I walked in and they tried to give me 25, I would be pissed. My Edge controller, far more valuable than that. Alright, Jester's been maxed out now.
Sure.
Anything down here? Nope, nothing yet. I don't know who needs to hear this, but don't sell your shit to GameStop ever, okay? Please don't. GameStop deserves their position that they're in right now. Yeah, it does sound like something they would do. They have a warehouse. I don't know how many people know about GameStop's inner workings, okay? But I'll tell you a great story about GameStop's warehouse. They have a warehouse in Dallas, Texas, where all of their shit goes. Okay? All of their used stuff is in this warehouse. All the used stuff. And they have people in there whose job it is to repair discs and controllers, and as long as the controller is worth it. Not a third-party controller, but a first-party controller. Consoles and all that. They fix stuff in-house. They they also buy refurbished systems, or they did, from Microsoft and Sony and Nintendo. You can buy officially refurbished consoles from them. But as far as if you trade in a broken-ass PlayStation right now to GameStop, they send it to their warehouse, and they have people there to fix it. And this is a great story. A great story. I got a copy of Gran Turismo 4 on the PlayStation 2 in. We would get them in our warehouse shipments, okay? Every so often, once a week or so, you would get a box, a big-ass box from the corporate warehouse that was used games. That's all it was. It would be like, you know, sometimes it was 10, sometimes it was, you know, 50, 60 used games. And, of course, checking them in was a pain in the ass because you had to go through and do all that. I got a copy of Gran Turismo 4 in, and I noticed the first thing about it was the DVD case was completely white. A white DVD case. And I thought, that is awesome, because it looked great with the Gran Turismo 4 box art. I was like, that looks really cool. And apparently somebody else thought it was really cool too, because they bought it. And then they brought it right back to me. Doesn't work. It's like, really? I looked at the disc, no scratches on it. I was like, why doesn't this work? So I did a nickel's worth of research and realized the reason why it doesn't work is because it's the European version of Gran Turismo 4. I don't care how many PlayStations, American PlayStations you have. You're never going to find an American PlayStation, North American PlayStation, that's going to play a European disc, a PlayStation 2 disc. So I defected it out and sent it back to the warehouse. And wouldn't you know it, a week later, 2 weeks later, I open up my used box, and they sent me the same frickin' disc back. They had run it through their refurbishing machine and just sent it back to me. And as soon as I got it, I opened it up. Yeah, it's the PAL version. I opened it up. I saw what it was. I went, you got to be effing kidding me. So I defected it out, and I took out a piece of receipt paper, and I wrote on the receipt paper, this is the European version of this game. It will never work, no matter how many times you refurbish it. And sent it back to them. Never saw it again. No idea if they sent it to somebody else, but they damn sure didn't send it to me. So some moron, I guarantee what happened, some moron in some other state was not trained properly and had no idea what they were looking at. And decided to take that in. And when it didn't work, they sent it back to the warehouse. They sent it to the warehouse. The warehouse just put it in their refurbishing machine and sent it back to a store. That's what happened. And I didn't catch it at first either, because that's just something you do. But the thing is that I used to have that shit happen to me all the time. How am I going to say this without being like I'm talking about a specific race of people? I had people that would come into my store. No, GameStop does not test games. They test consoles. They don't test games. We were trained not to worry about playing games. It was about the consoles we had to test, but to make sure they worked. But the games, we never had to test them. Never. So you're right. But no. GameStop at the time was just basically was like, take back every game. If it's scratched, just take it back as defective, and we'll refurbish it and fix it and send it out. But I used to have people who come into my store with bootleg Pokemon games. Okay? And you know they're bootleg because they would bring in their Game Boy Advance cartridges, and they're in gray cartridges. So here I am, me, someone who's been in the industry for 15 years, knows that Nintendo color coats all Pokemon cartridges for the Game Boy and the Game Boy Advance. If you see a copy of Pokemon Red on the Game Boy and that cartridge is not red, it's a bootleg copy is what it is. Okay? And so I'd have these folks bring in bootleg copies of Pokemon games. And I knew they were bootleg because of the fact they would bring them in and they were gray cartridges. And I would tell them, I can't take it. And they would tell me, well, why can't you? They would say, well, why can't you take it? Why can't I take it? Because it's a bootleg. Well, it works. It's fine. Yeah, cool. Guess what? I'm officially a dealer for Nintendo products. So if Nintendo comes in and sees that I'm selling bootleg copies of Pokemon, they're going to fine the shit out of me, and I'm going to lose my job. So guess what I'm not doing? I'm not taking back your frickin' bootleg Pokemon game that your kid asked for, and you went online and found it on eBay for a third of the price of what an official Pokemon game costs. I'm not buying it. Pokemon Ruby is in a translucent red Game Boy Advance cartridge. It's not in a gray-ass cartridge. It's not an official product. Exactly. Well, again, Alucard, who has waged the biggest war on bootlegs over the last 20 years? It's been Nintendo. They don't want bootlegs out there of their shit. So, as an officially licensed Nintendo dealer, which I was, working at GameStop. GameStop is officially licensed by Nintendo. If I am knowingly taking in bootleg copies of official official Nintendo products, and in walks my Nintendo rep and goes, "What the hell is this shit?" I'm gonna be in a lot of trouble. A lot of trouble. Not just a little trouble, a lot of trouble. Now, the people who did that were from one part of the world that I won't mention. You bet your ass they will. Well, not after me they won't. They'll send it after GameStop is what they'll do. And then GameStop will turn around and say, "Enigma, you're freaking gone because you took in a bootleg Nintendo product, you idiot." And then they'll go back to Nintendo and say, "We took care of the problem. We got rid of the idiot who took it in." That's how it works. That's exactly what would happen in that situation. Is that GameStop Nintendo would go to GameStop and say, "We're suing your ass for knowingly taking in bootleg products, and GameStop would go, "Well, who took it in?" And they said, "That moron Enigma over in 2482 in Plainfield, Illinois." And then it would go to 2482 and go, "Enigma, you have a bootleg. You've taken in bootleg Pokemon games." I said, "Yeah, I guess I have." Guess what? You're done. Pack your shit and leave. Yeah. That's how Nintendo works. There we go. Another job maxed out. Trust me on that. I know what I'm talking about, okay? Yeah, it's what they do, and honestly, Nintendo is correct. I'm sorry, they're right. If you can go right now on eBay and find bootleg after bootleg after bootleg of any product of anything. I've got a Chun-Li figure up there right now in the box that I bought, thinking it was an officially licensed official product from a company I've patronized a lot. So I bought it thinking it was real, and I opened up the box, and the stand that it comes with to stand her up, she doesn't fit on it. So it's not an officially licensed thing. It's not even. It's a bootleg all day long. It's still in the box. I can't display her. I don't have the right stand for her. And it's I didn't know it when I bought it, or I wouldn't have bought it. But then again, I should have known because of the price. But it's Nintendo does not stand, and they don't, and they shouldn't stand for bootlegs of their shit. I do not blame them whatsoever. I would go after me too if I knowingly did that. I was one of the ones who recognized that shit. Now I won't get credit for it. That's always the thing when it comes to corporations. They'll always tell you what you don't do right. They never, they'll always tell you what you don't do right. They never will give you credit for what you've done to save the company hundreds of thousands of dollars. They're always like, "Well, you didn't do this." It's like, well, guess what I did do? I didn't take in these bootleg Pokemon games that would have got us fined $250,000 each, you frickin' idiots. Because I'm pretty sure the maximum penalty for piracy is $250,000, or it was. And I know Nintendo would have asked from GameStop every bit of the $250,000 per copy. God, he's already level 5 Sailor. Now, seeing this, right? I mean, we're just plowing through this stuff, and it's just we're making a lot of progress, and I'm not mad at it. Of course, we need more characters. She just leveled up Jester. Level 4 Jester. Halfway there with Jester. Oh, we're halfway there. Whoa. Living on a prayer. Take my hand and we'll make it, I swear. Whoa, we're living on a prayer. John Bon Jovi. If you're doing a lineup of 80s rock gods, John Bon Jovi is on that list. That's for damn sure. But don't think you're getting off the hook with me, Bon Jovi, for introducing the frickin' New England Patriots at the Super Bowl yesterday. They had the Seahawks had Chris Pratt, who's from Washington, so he's a Seahawks fan. I completely get that, right? He's from Washington. He's a Seahawks fan. Go for it, Chris Pratt, all day long. Go for it, Star-Lord. You're a fan. I get it. Bon Jovi's from New Jersey. He's not a Patriots fan. He's probably a Giants fan, for Christ's sake. I love Bon Jovi. Just one of the greatest rock albums of all time is the greatest hits of Bon Jovi. Oh my God. Just so much good stuff. Living on a Prayer. You Give Love a Bad Name. It's My Life. The Young Guns song, which I can't. Dead or Alive. You know, he has so many good songs. That being said, you shouldn't be introducing the Patriots. You're not from New England. You're from New Jersey, you moron. You should be crying because the Giants or the Jets, whoever you're a fan of, didn't make the freaking playoffs. They all both finished in last place. Get you Chris Evans. Chris Evans is a Patriots fan. He's from the Boston area. Captain America. Get him to do it. You give me a Bon Jovi doing the frickin' Patriots. What the hell? Just kick me in the nuts, why don't you? In case it's not clear, I don't particularly care for the New England Patriots. As a Pittsburgh Steelers fan, there are two teams in the NFL history that have 6 Super Bowl titles. It's the Pittsburgh Steelers and the New England Patriots. The only team I want to see get to 7 is the Pittsburgh Steelers. I do not want to see the Patriots get there. So while I didn't have a dog in the fight yesterday necessarily, I was happy that the Patriots lost. Plus, they cheated to get 2 of them, so piss off, New England. Drake and Blaze, how you doing, my friend? Good to see you, brother. How was your stream tonight? I don't usually stream at nights. I don't usually compete with you. Usually you're streaming and I'm not. How you doing, my friend? Not that I ever try to compete with anybody. I am not that way. I just show up. Come on, get it. All right. See, I mean, we're just motoring through these guys quickly, and Getting points for it. I like points. Give me points. Ah, points. Points. Give me points. Blaze of Glory. Okay. Grizzle, get some sleep, brother. Hope I'll see you tomorrow. You get some rest, my friend. Thank you for being here. Get your well-deserved sleep. It won't be long for... Oh, shit. It's almost 10 o'clock. I didn't realize it was that late. Time flies when you're grinding. What can I say? I got enough bourbon here. I can't go to bed right now. Oh, we're halfway there. Whoa. Living on a prayer. Take my hand and we'll make it, I swear. Blaze of Glory. Okay. Final Fantasy VII, Alucard. Final Fantasy VII. One of the most infamous mistakes. I've made a couple of very infamous mistakes in my life when it comes to gaming. One of which, the first one, was I was very much when the Saturn came out versus the PlayStation, I was heavily invested in the Sega Saturn. And I was gonna until Nintendo came out with the Ultra, we thought it was gonna be called the Ultra 64, the N64. I was heavily invested in the Saturn, and when they announced Final Fantasy VII was coming to PlayStation, that's when I was like, all right, guess I got to get a PlayStation then. Punch Out on Wii. If you're a top 5 game on Wii is Punch Out. Absolutely. Abso-frickin-lutely. And that's because the developers were smart enough to go, if you want to do motion controls with Punch Out, you can. But if you grew up playing Mike Tyson's Punch Out, you take that Wii remote and you turn it sideways and you play it like the old Nintendo version and you're going to be fine. Punch Out is great on the Wii. Yes, I just said that. Someone like me who cannot stand the frickin' Wii just said Punch Out on the Wii is fantastic, because it is. And one of the things I would rail upon with the Wii is motion controls, and the way that that people were forced to make motion controls a thing, and it ruined so many Wii games with motion controls. It absolutely ruined a lot of Wii games was motion controls. Now Wii Sports. Nope. I love Wii Sports. I do. Because they're fun. You can play them together with people, and it makes complete sense. They're great games. Level 5 there. Boy, he's almost got that maxed out. Awesome. One more level on Sailor, and that'll be done. But when the saving grace for Punch Out was the developers of the game said, if you liked Mike Tyson's Punch Out, turn that controller sideways. You got 2 buttons on the thing there. Just knock yourself out and play it like you were like it's 1987. And that was the smartest thing they could have done. It made so much sense. And that's why Punch Out, I would say, if you take out Wii Sports, it's my favorite game on the Wii. Well, Wii Sports was a tech demo. This is something that I don't think a lot of people understand about the Wii. Whenever there's something that's new or whatever, with computers. They do tech demos, okay? Like the PlayStation 2 had the old man's face. Everyone who had the PlayStation 2 remembers the old man's face, where they're like, this is what the graphics that the PlayStation 2 can do. And it was amazing at the time. Wii Sports was a tech demo to show what the controllers could do. Until Nintendo realized, we could say, this is great. We could actually make this into a game. And they did. And again, Wii Bowling, Wii Baseball, Wii Boxing is fine, but you're going to be tired after one. Wii Basketball and Wii Sports Resort. The Wii Sports games are really fun, but they are tech demos. They were tech demos to start with. And they just kind of turned them into a game, and there we are. And you know they were tech demos because there was no polish on those things. They're very rudimentary looking. They're just there. But trust me, I'm telling you, if you take out Wii Sports and Wii Sports Resort, my favorite game on the Wii is Punch-Out, and it's not even close. I'd also look at Tatsunoko vs. Capcom. That belongs on the list. Anything that gives you a choice of how to control the game. That's the whole thing. I mean, Wii Sports, it's only fun if you're doing motion controls. That's true. That being said, if I was forced to play Punch-Out by actually getting up there and boxing like in Wii Sports, and I would get tired after Glass effing Joe, I would hate the game. But that's not the way the developers made it. And thank God they didn't do it that way. See, that would be, I would have to be one I have to sit down and think about, because I am by no means shy about the fact that I can't stand the Nintendo Wii. I still own one, but I own the red one, the Mario one. But holy shit, did I hate that? I hate the way that thing was marketed. She's almost maxed out. Jester, Sailor's almost maxed out. This is good. I was so pissed off at the Wii. I bought. This is true. My original Nintendo Wii, I got when it came out. I bought a white one, the original release of the Nintendo Wii, and I was enjoying. I had it, and I was playing games on it. And I remember in February, the Wii came out in November. That following February, Nintendo released WarioWare Smooth Moves on the Wii. And I bought it because it's Nintendo, and I wanted to see, oh, I'm going to play this. This will be great, right? It's WarioWare. WarioWare's fun. I want to play this. I'm playing WarioWare Smooth Moves for about 10 minutes, and I go, this shit sucks! And I was like, okay, well, what else am I going to play? And I look at my games list, and I go, all of this shit sucks. If you take Wii Sports out, none of it's any good. Twilight Princess is better on the GameCube. These games are better on the game. This is bullshit. What is this? So I sold it and got rid of it. Because I couldn't stand it. And then I've talked about it before. I was a Ute when I sold a lot of my Super Nintendo games that I wish I wouldn't have done. My copy of Earthbound, my copy of Ninja Turtles 4. You know, there are games I wish I could go back. Oh, Sailor's done, and not do that again. Mage Trindle. Interesting. I have Twilight Princess on the GameCube as well. I bought it on... I actually bought it on both. And I wanted to play it on Wii because I thought it would look and play better, and it didn't. The GameCube version is so much better. But I went into I wanted to play Mario RPG, Super Mario RPG, okay? Now, I owned Super Mario RPG back in the 90s when it came out, but because I was an idiot and I was trying to afford to buy other games, I sold my copy of Mario RPG back to the store I worked at. It wasn't GameStop, it was another store, mom and pop store I worked at. I sold that, and I sold Earthbound, and I sold, you know, several games I wish I still had to be able to afford to buy other games. But I walked into this used game store in downtown Chicago, in the north side, Wrigleyville. I don't know if he's even still there. But I walked in, and they had a copy of Mario RPG on the Super Nintendo, and I was like, oh my god, I want that. And I looked at the price tag. This was back 20 years ago. The price tag on Mario RPG on the Super Nintendo, a cartridge only for the record, no box of instructions, cartridge only, was $250. Which made me go, and pardon my French, I know I say this word sometimes on stream, but I mean it right now. Because the guy behind the counter was like $250. And I said, literally, I looked at him and said, what the fuck? And he goes, well, that's the price. And I went, $250. He says, yes. I said, you do know I can go buy a Wii right now and download Mario RPG because it was available on the Nintendo Store right now for cheaper than that. Because a Wii was $200 and Mario RPG I think cost 10, maybe 20, whatever it was. It was not $50. And he goes, yeah, I know, man, but that's the price. And I went, okay. Well, nothing personal, but bye. So I bought the red Wii, the Mario Super Mario red Nintendo Wii. I bought it because red's my favorite color. I still have it, and I know Mario RPG is on it because that's what I did. I bought it and I downloaded Mario RPG onto it. Yeah, $250. It was $250. 20 years ago, it was $250. I was like, are you kidding me? $250? I expected to pay $100. I would have paid $100 for it. I really would. If he would have said $100, I'd be like, okay, I don't like it, but you know, $100, that tracks. Okay. $250? Have you lost your damn mind? There's no way I'm paying $250 for this game. Not when I can buy a whole new console and that game for cheaper than that game. Yeah, I was... Oh, shit. Once again, I messed that up. I wasn't paying that, and I didn't pay that. Like I said, I went and I bought, I went and I bought a Wii, a red Wii, and downloaded Mario RPG onto it. Gestures maxed out. Okay.
Sure.
Oh, we have Luminary. Okay. That's a new one. Yeah, I I know game prices are insane right now for physical copies, and it's only going to get worse because of digital. But when I saw 250, yeah, I streamed the one on the Switch. You remember that? Back when it came out, I streamed the whole game. But holy shit! I mean, you're gonna tell me you're gonna try to charge me $250 for Mario RPG? Have you lost? Seriously, you've lost your damn mind. That is insane. That's what I'm saying, though. Game prices are going to get more insane for physical copies as time goes on. I mean, you're going to see this like crazy. That you're going to see people paying insane amounts of money for physical copies because of digital distribution and things like that. But there is no frickin' way I'm paying $250 for a Super Nintendo game. I'm sorry, it's just not gonna happen. I'll put it like this. I wouldn't pay $250 if someone promised me that Kelly LeBrock from the 1980s would come out of my television and seduce me. I wouldn't pay $250 for that. So I damn sure ain't gonna pay $250 for Mario RPG. I mean, what the hell? I just made a lot of millennials' minds melt right now. Kelly LeBrock was an actress / model back in the 1980s who was the hottest thing on two legs for a long bit. She ended up having a kid with Steven Seagal, so I can't talk about her taste in men, but she definitely Desi's not here, so I can say this, because she hates it when I say this. Kelly LeBrock was not ugly back in the 80s. She was the exact opposite of ugly. Y'all know how you feel about Sydney Sweeney or Margot Robbie? That was Kelly LeBrock back in the 80s. Woo! And I didn't know they were remaking it on the Switch, obviously, when that happened. But I'm glad they did. Game preservation is so important right now. It's going to be one of the biggest things that's going to go forward is going to be preservation of games and movies, because digital distribution is going to be out there, and they're going to change things without your knowledge. They're going to do the E.T. thing where they replace all the guns in the FBI agents' hands with walkie-talkies in the Blu-ray version of E.T. Which, by the way, doesn't make any sense, because if there's a frickin' alien from another planet on Earth, and the FBI suspects it, they're gonna have firearms! It's just how it works! You don't know if the alien is gonna be peaceful or not! So you have to have things there to neutralize the alien! Even if you don't know it'll neutralize the alien, you get your firearms out, you got pistols, you got assault rifles, you got machine guns. Yes, there's an alien. We don't know what the alien can do. We better make sure that you're taking care of yourselves. Oh, you did? How does he look? How does old medium-sized Dave look as Kurgan? Kurgan, I mean. Because Big Dave would have looked good. Medium-sized Dave, because he's more like medium-sized Dave now. I don't know if medium-sized Dave could pull off the intimidation factor the way that the original did. You sent it. Okay, gotta look. There it is. Yeah, I don't like it. First of all, I tell you what I don't like about it, first of all, is that medium-sized Dave is shorter than Henry Cavill. That's a problem in itself right there. Kurgan should not be shorter than McLeod. There's no intimidation factor there.
Sure.
It's not intimidating. The thing about Clancy Brown is he was taller and so much more intimidating than McLeod. He was bigger, he was much more imposing. So Superman, Henry Cavill, love Henry Cavill. If he's bigger than medium-sized Dave, yeah, that's what I'm saying. If Henry Cavill is bigger than medium-sized Dave, where's the intimidation? There's no intimidation there. There's no intimidation there. There's not. Medium-sized Dave needs to be bigger. He needs to look bigger. He needs to be more imposing. They should have cast Brock Lesnar. Brock would have been there. He would have done it. 5 there. 4 and 2. Well, Kurgan rarely spoke, right? I seem to remember that. I need to watch the original Highlander. He didn't speak a lot. I tried to get Desi to watch Highlander, and the first time we tried to watch it, she turned her nose up at it. But we only watched it for like 15 minutes, so she didn't really give it much of a chance. She said she's open to watching watching more of it, but I need to get her to watch it. I have it in 4K, so I really want to watch it. Yeah, Undertaker would have been better. Intimidation is a thing. Height is a thing. There's a reason why the why Cobras flare themselves up with that big ass hood when they're trying to defend themselves. They do it to look imposing because they're taller than whatever it is that's trying to threaten them. That's the whole point of the hood. That's the whole point of the prehensile, them doing their thing. if Dave is smaller than Henry Cavill, how is Dave going to be a intimidating villain? Clancy Brown was so much larger than Michael Lambert that he was imposing. He looked bigger. He looked like a menace. He looked like he was about to wreck some shit. And how tall is Dave? This is the question. Hold on. Let's just look this up. How tall is Dave Bautista? Dave is not small. Dave is 6'4". He's not a small man. So, how tall is Henry Cavill? Okay, this says Henry Cavill 6'1". So Dave's I guess it's a camera thing. From what the shot you showed me. That's still not a lot. That's still not a big difference between the two. Because let's look this up. That's a 2-inch difference, right? How tall is Clancy Brown? Clancy Brown is 6'3". How tall is Michael Lambert? Michael Lambert is 5'10". So 6'3" versus 5'10" is a hell of a lot bigger than 6'1" versus 6'4". But yeah, Undertaker 6'10.5", so he would have been a much better, more intimidating Kurgan than Big Dave. And don't get me wrong, I'm a wrestling fan. I have a special place in my heart for Big Dave. I really do. Medium-sized Dave. I love him in Guardians of the Galaxy. He's hilarious. But, holy shit, they're the same size. How is that? David and Goliath is a thing. It exists for a reason. This is 5'11". You got 5'11". I saw 5'10", but we'll go, 5'11". We'll go, you have better. The whole point is, you gotta have, David and Goliath is a thing. There's a reason why it exists. So there's a reason why it existed for a long time. The underdog comes through. The guy who looks like he's, or gal, that is smaller, comes through in the end and does well. And wins. Eye of the Tiger. That shit. But hell, 2 inches difference is not a big difference. And that could be fixed with risers and shoes. Or you could do it the Tom Cruise way and just get a soapbox. For those who don't know the joke there, in Top Gun, Tom Cruise and the young lady from Tom Cruise, whose name is escaping me right now because I am half in the bag. Lady from Top Gun. Kelly McGillis. Let's see. Kelly McGillis is 5'10". She's Desi sized. Desi, my girlfriend Desi is 5'10". Tom Cruise is 5'7". He's 3 inches shorter than she is. So in scenes in Top Gun where they had to be face to face and all that, they actually got Tom Cruise like a crate to stand on, so he could look her in the eyes because he was shorter than she is. And I'm not kidding about that. It's true. They had to make him at least her height. Enigma, are you sure about that? Yes, I'm very sure about that. They make jokes about that to this day, that Tom Cruise was much shorter than his female co-star in Top Gun. And hey, by the way, since I was just looking this up, she doesn't look great. Kelly McGillis has not aged well. She's 68. Oh, she's 5 years older than Tom Cruise. He's 63. Wow, I thought Tom Cruise was damn near 70 at this point, because, I mean, Tom Cruise has been around forever. And he still is doing his batshit crazy stunts and all that. That being said, I love Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise he's pet coon crazy, but the dude, he's the last real Hollywood star. Outside of him being a Scientologist, what do we really know about Tom Cruise? Not a lot. His social media stuff is managed, I guarantee you his social media is managed by somebody else. He never does anything himself. It's just promoting his movies, whoever's doing it. Oh my god, my thing disappeared. I don't see... I don't see how close we are now. It's okay. We'll take care of it. Probably need to reload. He doesn't look intimidating. I saw a thing of Dave the other day where he was on a red carpet or something. And I'm going, what the hell happened to the rest of Dave Bautista? He looks like he's half of the man he used to be. Now, don't get me wrong, Henry Cavill, he takes care of himself. He's I believe the kids say swole. He is swole. That being said, Henry Cavill's never been WWE champion. Big Dave has. There's a expectation when you are a wrestler to kind of be big. And he's half of what he used to be. My thing disappeared. I don't know how close we are. Mage. Kurgan has to be intimidating. He has to be big. He has to be strong. He has to look like he could eat him. That's the whole thing. In the original Highlander, Clancy Brown looked like he could pick up and eat Michael Lambert. Just saying. That's Mage, right? Yeah, he's got that almost done with Mage now. I mean, seriously, what are we doing now? We've already fanged all of our heroes. We're gonna do our villains too? I mean, shit. I am 6'1", right? If they said, Enigma, we want you to be Kurgan and the Highlander, I'm gonna go, cool. I'll be Kurgan. Who's playing McLeod? Because I need to be at least 4 inches taller than him. Christopher Lambert. Did I say Michael? I meant Christopher. I'm so sorry. I've been drinking. Yes, it is Christopher Lambert. You are correct. Yeah, Christopher Lambert. I apologize if I've been saying the wrong name. My mistake. Isn't he from Belgium? Let's look this up. Christopher Lambert. Oh gosh. He is French. I was born in New York, but he's got a French passport. Oh, he's married to Diane Lane. Good for him. Point is, actually, from being from New York, he has a hell of an accent, French accent. Just saying. I knew he had a French accent. I couldn't remember if it was Belgium or French, but he's French. Actually, to be completely honest, one of my former customers at GameStop, dude was from France. He smelled like 4.5 pack of cigarettes. But he was the nicest guy in the whole world. He really was. Whenever I would sell him a game or something, he would shake my hand afterwards and say, "Thank you so much." Nicest guy in the whole world. But he smelled really bad. He smelled like a pack of a lot of cigarettes. But damn, he was such a nice guy. You come in and go, "Hey, do you got a copy of Grand Theft Auto, whatever?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure, I do." Jean Reno is like the Jean Reno is like the Kylie Minogue here in the States. Outside of the United States, Jean Reno is like an A-list superstar, and here it's like, oh, he's a henchman. He was that henchman in Mission Impossible. And no, I'm not kidding about that. It's exactly true. Oh, Luminaries. Almost level 7. Okay. And I was introduced to this because of Onimusha 3. I did not realize in my 30s, about Jean Reno. And I knew he was a Mission Impossible. but I had not seen a lot of Jean Reno movies. And here he is in this game, Onimusha, and I'm going... And they made a big deal about Onimusha 3 that Jean Reno would be in it. In fact, he's on... Wait, hold on. Wouldn't you know it? I just happen to have the game. Ready? Ready? Are we ready? Are we ready? He's on the cover. That's him there. That's Jean Reno. I had no idea he was important. I really had no idea he was important. I have Onimusha 1 on the Xbox, and then 2 and 3 I have on the PlayStation. Only because they didn't release Onimusha 2 and 3 on the PlayStation. But anyway, oh shit! Here I am. Let's do this. I'm playing the game and not actually playing the game. I had no idea he was important. And I found out afterwards that, like, internationally, Jean Reno is an A-lister. Like, he is a big deal internationally. Europe and Asia and all that. He's a huge deal. I didn't think he was that big of a deal. That sounds about right. But I didn't know he was that big of a deal until I did some research after I saw he was going to be in Onimusha 3, and they were like, "This is a big deal, Jean Reno," and I'm going, "Who?" And then I looked it up and was like, "Oh, the guy from Mission Impossible 1. That's that guy right there." And it's like, no, this guy is Leon the Professional. He's an international huge star. And again, because I'm an American, I didn't know. He was also Da Vinci Code, right? He was the head detective in Da Vinci Code, whose name is escaping me as well. But, I mean, he's a big deal, and I didn't realize that. But this is what I learned from that, is that the Japanese love the French. They love the French. I don't know why. I don't know where it came from. I don't know what the deal is. But the Japanese love the French. Da Vinci Code was well after Onimusha, though. That's why I'm saying it that way. Oh, okay. We maxed that out.
Sure.
We're getting so much stuff from all this. Hold on, I need to read that. I need to read this whole thing. Advent Children is made for... The thing is about Advent Children is it's made for the hardcoreest of hardcore fans. It's not a good film. It's not, because it's not the kind of movie I can show. I can't. And this is the thing about a lot of Japanese kind of movies. I cannot plug. I have Advent Children on Blu-ray. I can't plug it in right now or tomorrow when Desi gets back and say, Desi, you gotta watch this. She will not get any of it. At all. None of it. So, as a movie, it's kind of a failure because it doesn't. It's just not there. It's just not that good as far as being able to draw in new fans. It's made for diehard fans. Crisis Core, the original one, is fine until you get to the part where all the enemies can kill you with one hit, regardless of how many hit points you have. And then it turns into a pain in the ass. And Dirge of Cerberus is probably the best of those games, only simply because I made it harder than it should have been because I didn't know you could upgrade your gun until after I beat the game. Which is my fault for not reading the menus. Okay, Luminar and Troubadour are almost maxed out. Awesome sauce. But Advent Children is not the kind of film you can just pull up during a casual gathering and everybody is like, "Oh my god, I love this." No, that's just not how it works. It is very inside baseball. It is very much for fans and only fans, not only fans, but fans of Final Fantasy VII only fans. I just said that. It's for fans of Final Fantasy VII. It's not. It will do nothing to bring people into the Final Fantasy VII umbrella. Is what I'm trying to say. Okay, you said something here. Hold on. Let me look. Sephiroth is an overrated Final Fantasy villain. I will say that all day long. Drake and Blaze, thank you for raiding me on I didn't see it on Rumble. Thank you so much. I didn't see it. I'll have to call you out on Twitter. If Sephiroth would look like Hojo, he would not be a memorable villain. The only reason why people gravitate to Sephiroth is because gals think he's hot. And no, I'm not wrong about that. A cosplayer that I really like, actually. She's young, very young. She's legal. I don't think she's very young, but she's legal. She was playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and she's like, Sephiroth, I can fix him. I can fix him. And then she got to the point where she realized she can't fix him. And she didn't like that very much. Just saying. Because he killed Aerith. Sorry if you've not played a game that's over 30 years old now. Or about to be 30 years old. But, yeah, Sephiroth kills Aerith. End of the second disc. And I had it spoiled for me, so if you haven't played it, I just spoiled it for you. So F you! But he's not. But my point is, Sephiroth's not a very good villain. He really is not. He's fine. He's passable. But the only reason why he's memorable is because gals think he's hot. And why? It's because he's relatable. There's things in his backstory that make him relatable, and it's he doesn't need to be relatable. He needs to be evil. He needs Jesus, tap dancing Christ. Can we just have evil villains at some point with with just reasons to take over the world or to do whatever? And I don't need to feel sorry for Sephiroth because he was confused and didn't know who his mommy was. I'm sorry. I don't need that. What I need is for him to try to take over the world with Meteor. Yeah, Kefka's top-notch villain. Kefka's Final Fantasy VI. Kefka's top-notch. Just an evil son of a bitch. You don't feel sorry for him at all. You don't need to feel sorry for him at all. And Kefka won. That's the best part. Is that Kefka did everything Kefka set out to do. He won. And then you go and at the end of the game and you take back from him what he took. He takes over the world. You go wrestle the world away back from him. That's why Final Fantasy VI is one of the reasons Final Fantasy VI is so good is because it has an evil son of a bitch who wins, and then your folks go, Kefka's a god. But we can kill him. We can take care of it. We can beat him. We can take the world back. And you do. That's why it's so good. I mean, Christ, it's not rocket science. He did. He destroyed the world. He took over. He was God of the world. He took over the world. He destroyed towns and civilizations that did not kowtow to him. He had his light of judgment. He took care of it. Kefka's a great villain because he has nothing. You cannot identify with him. There's nothing to identify about. It's like, that is an evil son of a bitch. We gotta whip his ass because he's an evil son of a bitch. That's all you need. If they would have given Kefka a backstory where his mommy didn't love him enough, or maybe his daddy didn't encourage him to try out for the football team, or whatever, I would have been like, what the frick is this shit? Can I just hate the villain or not? And I say that as a villain. I am a villain. Villains have to have a great villain. First of all, a great villain has to be correct, first of all. But a great villain also needs to... You should not be able to identify with... or sympathize with the villain. It works sometimes, but most of the time it doesn't. If we go see Doomsday here at the end of the year, when Doomsday comes out, if we go and it's going to be a 2.5-hour movie about a sob fest about RDJ trying to make Victor Von Doom into a sympathetical villain, I will be... No. Arden. Which game is that? Forgive me, I've been drinking if I don't remember. We just need... Sometimes... Morality plays or morality plays. Why would anybody try to sympathize with Kefka? And the answer is, nobody should try to sympathize or identify with Kefka because he's an evil son of a bitch. For 15. Okay, yeah. I need to play through 15 again. I actually liked 15. I railed on 15 when they first showed it. I was like, what is this? It's Final Fantasy 15, but it looks like every other Souls-like game I've ever seen in my life. What are we doing here? But I actually liked it. It was really, it was a good game. Not great, but a good game. But I've not played through 15 since I streamed it, so. Wow, the progress we've made is pretty amazing. And it's only because of this area. Look at, I mean, these monsters are everywhere. So this is the only reason why we're doing this is because of all this. And you know what killed it for everybody was Wicked. Wicked's success is what made so many of these entertainment companies, these Hollywood execs go, we need villains people can identify with. And it's like, no, you really don't. It makes sense when you do it in isolation, like with Wicked, when you do it where it's just like, hey, why is the Wicked Witch of the West such a bitch? Oh, she was a bitch because she was an outcast in high school? Okay, I get that. But you can only do that, you can only go to that well so many times. You need to have villains that people despise. Otherwise, what's the point? There's no point otherwise. There's no point. If every villain is sympathetic and every villain has a good purpose behind what they're doing, then why are there morality plays out there? The Weekend. You put an extra E in there. I know for a fact the Weekend took one of those E's out of his name so he could trademark it. Which is smart on him. Assuming we're talking about the musician. And by the way, Alucard, Amazon has told me my copy of Requiem's not coming in until the middle of March. So I'm not happy about that. Yeah, the Weekend purposefully took an E out of his name. I want to say it's the last one, the one in the end, so he could trademark it. Because obviously you can't trademark Weekend. Weekend is a name we all know, a word we all know. I can't believe I've done this for the last 2 hours, 3 hours. What the hell? You go for March as well. Okay. Well, I know you, and you know me. We both bought the Steelbook edition, so...
More. Oh. Yes?
You got standard. Okay, I bought the Steelbook edition. Okay, let's go at this town here. I thought you would have bought the Steelbook. Well, I pre-ordered the Steelbook, so... He ain't selling us shit. That's gonna be something later. Oh, don't go in there. You can't have our tablet. Level 41 we made it to today. 26 last time we saved, and now it's 41. Ha ha ha! Ah! 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 Dangly parts. Alright. I assume you wish to contribute to travels, yes. Well, here's the thing. We're gonna watch me do this. Whiskey's like, hey, Daddy, are we gonna go somewhere? Kiefer is still there. Kiefer is still there, and he's not in our party. What the hell's up with that shit? I don't need game help. Alright. So. Yeah, Conker's Bad Fur Day. Absolutely. I have a stuffed Conker's Bad Fur Day. And a tank. He's got a helmet and all that. I remember getting that. It was for Reloaded, the Xbox version that they rebooted. And I took it. What can I say? They were going to throw it away. It's like, give it to me. It's mine. I'm the manager. I'm taking it. Alright, let's go up here. Guys, it's time for me to go to bed. I know it's time for Alucard to go to bed as well. Because he has to get up and go to work for Amazon here in a couple of hours. And I need to get up tomorrow and stream for you guys. So, if you have not done so yet, please follow me, Twitch, Twitter, Rumble, and Kick. And subscription on YouTube would be great. If you're on YouTube, if you're on Rumble, hit the follow button, hit the your subscribe button. Those are all free for you guys. Smash like, comment, let people know that I'm here. Help me get my shit out there. yeah, you need to get some rest, buddy. I don't want you struggling at Amazon here in a couple of hours. I don't like that. You need to get some rest. Anyway, follow me Twitch, Twitter, Kick, Rumble, subscription on YouTube, comment, like, share my stuff, let people know that I'm here. If you are feeling froggy, I'm not asking you to spend any money. Okay, I'm not. But if you are at my Fourth Wall store, my Fourth Wall store has stuff on it, including stickers. You can get my logo with stickers. You can get shirts, hats, all that good stuff. I have rocks glasses like this one right here that I've been drinking bourbon out of all night. And I have water bottles like this one. I've got all sorts of stuff over there, jerseys, all that good stuff. That's if you want to support me directly. I'm not asking you to, but if you want to, all that goes to help me directly. So thank you. Thank Alucard. He's bought a couple of things off my store. Thank everybody for doing that. It means the world to me to have that. But I need to grow. That's what I'm trying to do, is grow. I'm trying to get bigger. I'm trying to get better. I'm trying to improve my craft. And the only way that's going to work is if I have more viewers, more support, so I can adjust and learn. Right, learning. Everything's about learning. And if you're not learning, what are you doing? But tomorrow morning, I'm going to be back, 9 a.m. Central Standard Time. We're going to pick up right here where we're leaving off with Dragon Quest VII Reimagined. We're going to continue playing this game. I'm really enjoying it. We have got a lot of... I'm actually really kind of impressed with our... Oh, here I am going through stuff you guys can't see, so never mind. I'm impressed with our vocation stuff that we've gotten through today, and we're going to continue working through that stuff and getting better at those things. So 9 a.m. tomorrow morning Central Standard Time, I'm going to be here, and we're going to continue playing Dragon Quest VII. So everybody get some rest, go to sleep. I'll see you tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central Standard Time. Okay, have a great night. I will see you then. Thank you.